All right, good morning. Happy Saturday to all of you. As we get started with our Saturday stuff here today. And of course, the first thing we're going to do is do the Wordle, and then we're going to actually see what new streams have showed up. Finally, we're going to get to that. Yep, it's just wrapping up. And mine didn't take it either. There was so much static on the stream. Yeah, so much static that none of my loggers took it. So yeah. So anyway, for the first half of the day today, we'll be, of course, going through the see if any new NWR streams have showed up. I know one has, but we're going to see if any more have showed up. Right, as of right now, we have KC84 in New Bern again. We're gonna check and see if there's any more. And this one's actually gonna go a little. This one's actually gonna go a bit faster than how it normally goes because I'm gonna add New Bern as part of a big update to my website. As you know, as I've been showing you the behind the scenes look of the construction of the website I've got going for the past over the past few days. So, and nurse was today's word. So yeah, I'll take you further behind the scenes of the new website. Yep, lots of them. I'm curious as to what this is about. Just found an article that talked about CBS losing their distribution rights to the Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune shows, that aired in syndication. So I just found an article about that, but I didn't want to show it for a reason. But we'll have to see how that we'll have to see how that affects. We'll have to Yeah, we'll have to see how that affects the other ones. And in fact, I saw the CBS Broadcasting logo go back to Media Ventures just this week for the iHeartRadio week Wheel of Fortune shows. I'm actually looking forward to next week too because it's going to be the Hawaiian giveaway. Yeah, they've been promoting that all this week. Well, all they said was about the giveaway. They'll have more information on it next week. Exactly how it's going to play out and all that. But I mean, they did the tournament style last week. That was great. That's right. That's what I was about to say. There were some of music's biggest artists playing alongside the contestants in the tournament finale, and those contestants playing were the top three winners from the week. So the three highest winning players from the week would move on and play in the finale.
Miles an hour. The
Oh,
pressure was
looks like WHC
30.2.
97 just came back. That's Northern Louisiana. He's been hosting this for a long time. I guess he didn't know that the stream was offline. Most likely that's the case. So, yeah, and there's still a lot of streams here that don't even work. Park Rapids, KD77, which of course doesn't work anymore. KH53 Oxford. Wow. I think they're trying to get everything from their database in here. Yeah, and I noticed on the app for my iPad they must have finally shut down the servers that, host the streams and everything or distribute the streams for that matter. Yeah. And then on my phone, only the main app is still working correctly. It's still pulling down streams and stuff. So, so nothing to see in Washington State. Nothing in Northern or Southern California. Still Reno, Nevada. And that reminds, and I haven't even gotten to brushing my teeth yet or even editing the compilation that I have right now. We'll get to those after we go through. Yeah, that's the good part because yeah, and I mean break. There's only a marginal for South Dakota, and the stations there only take tornado warnings, so I don't really expect anything there. We'll have to see how Sunday plays out because it's supposed to hit 60 today. And then here's the slight risk for Monday. Looks quite small. I'd say that's a decently sized slight risk, but I don't know how much we're going to get, but we'll have to wait and see. So yeah, all this pretty much the same areas that were impacted by flooding. Did Brookings? Oh, ooh, looks like Brookings finally came back, but it has offline status right now. Okay, so I'll get that. So I'll get that added back when it does return. Still 24. So I'll add that onto my. So again, I'll add that onto my website, and I'll just distribute all the changes at once. When it's all said and done. Well, I'm actually on my way there. There's Abilene. This is Plainview. Nothing much in Texas. Yeah, let's do Missouri right now. That's Jefferson City or Eldon. And nothing there. Nothing different in Illinois either. And nothing new in Minnesota, even after the Severe Weather Awareness Week. Still 33 in Iowa. Nothing in Arkansas. Still 17 there. Same old streams here in Wisconsin. Same 16 up in Michigan. Nothing different in Indiana. Nothing in Kentucky. Nothing different about Tennessee. Nothing Mississippi. Ooh, I see an Anston stream's coming back. We haven't had that in a while. KH58 Aniston. It is on Broadcastify. Well, I don't think it's the old one because it's actually under a new name. Under East Alabama and West Georgia. Assuming that's the case. So I'm bookmarking the streams that we have so I can make the changes to the website. So here's the plan for. So I've been told about the plans for today. So this is the first part of the things we got to do, and then the next part after that is we'll take care of the county requests after my lunch break, and then that should take us to. And then I think, yeah, and then we're going to be going out shopping for things and having a early dinner after that. And then when I get back from there, we'll be doing our games for today. We'll try to get as much done as we can. If we don't get through all of them, we'll carry some of them over to. Here we go. NOAA Weather Radio, Eastern North Carolina, KC84. It looks like I bookmarked it already. That's Newport. So I believe that's one of the last remaining Newport transmitters that we have. I think that's KRGY. Yep. It Yeah, it seems like they go at a random time on Saturday. Sometimes they don't seem to go in the 11 a.m. noon time slot. Yeah, and it was some other station they were monitoring. Okay. So that's that. So that's that. So let me go back on that right now. No, KRGY. So okay. Of course I did.
Where?
That's right. The Missouri Monthly will be at the end of the week. All right. So here we go. This will be for. So this is Aniston. We're going to add back. It actually does.
Highs in the lower 80s. Southwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Monday night, mostly clear in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers.
No, the homepage is going to remain the same. It's just going to be a new layout. So the existing site will remain there, but the layout it's just going to get a new look. And here we go. Okay, here's the other one. KEC 84. Oh, yep.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture.
There we go. That's all been added back. Now I'm going to play this a little differently this week than I normally do. It's because I'm working on that new site. So I'm only going to update the playlist on this machine and not all the other computers because I'm going to have the site be part of the big update where I will then distribute the updated playlist. So, and yep, as I said, the receivers are going to be removed as part of this update. That is also part of it. So let me pull up my change log documentation. So April 12th is today's date. Added KH58 Aniston and KC 84 New Bern. Now we're waiting to hear on Brookings, and then if and when it does return, I will add that both to both my website and that playlist. I actually still have the app, but I'm not sure if I'm going to actually continue using it. So let me go ahead and take all of this out. Yep. All right. Now it's as slim as it'll ever be. Yep, and all of that stuff. Alright, now if you will give me a few minutes, I still gotta go ahead and brush my teeth, so I will be right back. I should be back in about 2-3 minutes. Alright, all set and done with that. Make sure all these things are off here. Okay, so let me remind you all again of the plan for today. So we just did the NWR streams. We looked through them all, and now we are going to click this video to feed one person. I see Southern PA commented on my most popular short already. That got very popular when we started. And it was actually, yeah, that post where I tuned in and it said, "This test will not be conducted." There's some final videos from Severe Weather Awareness Week. Okay, so let's see. Let me interpret the county request here, and then I'll piece the compilation together. Hopefully this site is cooperating today. Because if I pull up Task Manager, oh, it actually looks like it is cooperating. Because I see the CPU isn't going up to 100% unlike last time. So that's actually good news. But I'll keep it there in case it does. If it does. Anyway, let's see. I see leader is degrade. Okay. Um, it's mostly starting to lag. All right. So, okay, it's the memory that's going up to 100 and not the. So it's not infiltrating the CPU, it's actually infiltrating the almost all of the memory on the system. As I can see, 15.2 of the 16 gig. Oh, there we go, crashed. Yeah, I am not sure. I am not sure what's up with this website. I'm just gonna quickly click on a station before it crashes. Before it crashes again. And there we go. It's back down to manageable levels. Yeah, I just had to choose a transmitter quickly. Pine City, Minnesota. City of Pines. I guess I'll call it. But because I know Nani likes pines too. But anyway, um, let me look through each of the requests and see what you've all gotten. Abilene, and then Colorado. I need now. Now I want to do keep in mind when you're making a county request, I need you to be more specific. Like a specific station. Not just the state. Like it just says Colorado, then I would interpret it as the entire state of Colorado. So if you're requesting a station, please be specific. Be specific on the station that you are requesting. I'll probably, if I remember to, I will make that reminder in the county request video that we're going to do later. So, I've already gotten the auto test piece together. I just need to piece together the other stuff now. This one's actually quite short enough right now for me to add. Maybe I'll add in some of the other stuff from today. Let's see. Colorado. I'm just going to pick a station from there. KC70, not ampersand 6. That's now you got a valid call sign. There we go. Do that one. Let's see. MPX, KC65. I'm only gonna, if you mention just the forecast office, I'm gonna do just the flagship of the area. KHB35 Boston, Buffalo. That's KEB98. Morristown, the closest to there is Bristol, I believe that is. And if I look at the map, I believe the closest there is Bristol. Yeah, it's right in between Knoxville. So, um, White Pine, Tennessee. Ooh. Okay. So Morristown, that'll be Knoxville. Cleveland, that's KHB 59. Otherwise, I'll just take my best guess. Philadelphia, KIH 28. We've already done Phoenix, KC 94. No, it's not KC opening bracket 4. Canada, there aren't really any county requests there. KIG 64, Duluth. And lastly, KIH 63, Orlando, one of the stations we have. All right. So the county requests have been interpreted. Now let's get back to piecing this together. And actually, while I do that, let me show you all one of the biggest highlights from last night's show. If you missed our Friday show, you missed out on a lot of stuff. How crazy the random character extravaganza was. And it was this part right here. Yeah, where I filled the whole puzzle board in with nothing but tildes, and then it was just the blue square going all the way across the puzzle board from left to right through each of the 4 rows, starting with the top row and then working its way down, This is great. This was so much fun. And even Brandon was on there too, acknowledging how much fun this was. Saying us goofballs was having too much fun. This, this is great. Every time. And now it's at the that made it even better. I had to record that moment. I had to record that moment. All those tildes and everyone was oohing. They're all just clapping and everything while me and him were laughing at all the tildes going at all the tildes coming up on the puzzle board. That was one of the biggest highlights of last night's show. And another highlight was even the round before that, where I filled in the whole. Not the weather skin. Oh yeah, last night's show. Yeah, main game. Yeah, I filled in. I just put a whole bunch of signs to fill in the entire puzzle board. Doc, that's one plus sign. This is great. It's one plus sign. This was just great from last night. I'm always looking forward to playing around with all those characters and whatnot. It's become a signature part of our part of our Friday show. There's one plus side. I like the part where it called the opening parentheses and he said, "You better win this game." That's all I'm gonna say. Win this game. There's no reason not to win this game right now. Win this. You. We go back on the Talking Friends collection. I have a Talking Ginger clip like that. Which one is it? Where is it? Which one is it? Talking Ginger 14, I believe. I think this is it. Yep, here it is. Five of them. That amount. That's great. Over calling random symbols. There's no closing prints. The plus side. The plus side. Not bad, there's one. Say this that much, but you have landed on a bankrupt. That's how that's how crazier it gets. Becomes a metronome. It's glitching out. Probably with the stream provider. It's probably whoever's broadcasting the stream. Their equipment might be having issues, or it's the station itself. But yeah, the stream is pretty broken. So, but that's all right. We're not gonna need it at the moment because there isn't any severe weather forecasted there. I mean, it was like here's the metronome.
At 10. At Huntsville, it was not as
Sorry about that. Thoughts in relation today. Let's keep this thing going. So that's bad. Very bad. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with That's their hazard.
Sunday, 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 Sunday,
So all we have Springdale running. Alright, we'll do that on Fayetteville instead.
Once again, in western Arkansas, it was sunny and the temperatures were 65 degrees. In eastern Oklahoma or northwestern Arkansas, eastern areas forecast for late this morning and early this afternoon. Southwest 5 to 10 miles per hour. Area including much of the Arkansas Ozarks and adjacent counties of northeast Oklahoma. West of today, sunny, highs in the lower 70s, south winds 10 to 15 miles per hour with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, 40 clear, 40, 40s, 46, south winds 16 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 35 miles per hour. 6 a.m. in the lower 80s. Percent. The wind
So there's your comparison. I don't know what it has to do with this. There are 3 chooses in top. 3 2s and a 5. And there's 2 tildes. But I didn't hold down the shift key when I pressed it. Alright, and there's 2 tildes. That's simple. Yeah, well, tilde. They just stay. That's simple. Oh. And you know what? That actually gives me puzzle. Great. The opening breaks and that's the puzzle. then there's the best part of the tilde going around. I had the puzzle set. I had the computer opponent set wrong, so that's why we were a little. That's why we were a little late in starting it. It's set sign. And that's the S symbol. As in starting with the at symbol. Now, where's that talking ginger clip where I had that? It's probably one of the later ones, isn't it? Let's see. I really enjoy these random character extravaganzas. Yeah, I really enjoy these random character things. Yep, that makes the Friday show much more fun than how it originally was. So yeah, something even better than just me talking about a bunch of things that nobody cares about and showing all of us the Windows Vista desktop for like 15 minutes straight. Looks like the reception is terrible, but I can tell he's bowling today. It seems like he goes there like every weekend or so. I don't know if he has like part of a weekend club. I don't know if they have like a weekend club or membership. I don't know. I don't know. My just never. Oh, there we go. There we go. It looks like there we go. The signal's back to normal, and now we can see clearly. So, yeah, he's out bowling right now. And I believe I was just talking about bowling too. In fact, because I was talking to my nana yesterday when I was in the, when I was starting to watch MBG's new episode of The Joker's Wild, she actually told me that her neighbor Joan really enjoyed me bowling with her, and we're looking forward to doing it again the next time I come. And in fact, that next time we're actually looking will be in the first, no, it will be in the second full week of May. So that should be right after my finals for, right after, okay, let me see. How many final exams am I taking? Let's see. Yeah, let's see, because I only got like two final exams for this semester. My SciBit class and for whatever reason my wireless foundations course. So those are the only two finals I have this semester. Hopefully they won't be too bad. Unlike last semester with that history class, damn, I had to write a big paper for that. It was only one of the electives. My father helped me with it because, of course, he's a history buff. So, but I'm I'm just grateful he helped me. So with all of that, I know we had to get used to it, but we probably pulled through it. So that's what makes me very happy about it. So I'm not sure if I'm looking forward to the. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm looking forward to taking the summer course this year because I don't usually prefer taking summer classes, but this is the only time my parents have available, and this is one of the remaining classes I need to take to finish my program for college. I have to finish my remaining classes for college. Let's see, because as I said, I have 6 classes left. There's only one general education course left, and that's math. When I graduated from high school, they assumed I did so well, they just threw me right into Math 131 to college level algebra. But yeah, terrible in that course. So we're backtracking to, I think if I remember, the recommendation was dropping it and backtracking to Math 098, which is what we're trying. And this time, we're trying in person instead of online. So hopefully we'll have better luck this time, at least. So I hope this time we'll have better luck. Well, that's at least what I'm hoping. So pretty much for the summer, what the plan looks like is 1 week go Monday, Wednesday go to my part-time job. Tuesday and Thursday will be the math course, and then Friday would be my day off here. That's for the summer. And then when it comes to, let's say, and I think during this time, we are going to have to limit some things. We'll try to see if we can handle the Verizons. I know this thing is a powerhouse, so I know it can handle it, but we'll see if it can. So the Verizons, I could still do it. Oh, thank God. But because there's going to be a lot of catching up with the weeklies and such, we will not be playing any games during this period of time, as we'll be going back on every test one at a time. And of course, even before all of that, I still have to check all the links and see because I don't see Broadcastify working correctly on StreamWriter, so I'll have to move them all over to my Asmara logger. I'll let Asmara handle Broadcastify, and then I'll let StreamWriter handle the main stuff. So that's what I am looking towards. I don't want to put too much on the Asmara because the script is gonna crash if I do that. So I see Alaska's getting ahead of themselves. Okay. So once again, after my lunch break, we're going to do the county requests, and then that should be it. Now, as for the Street View video, as I've mentioned already, it has been done in advance. And there was no poll because this is the 150th episode of the Street View series, so we're doing a special episode. And I find the timing very perfect. Very perfect timing. So that's what we'll be doing. So that's what we got coming up here. We'll go out shopping for shoes, and then we'll be going to have early dinner with my grandma. Soon after. Yeah, soon after that. And then, let's see. And then when we get back, I think we might be back in time to actually play a lot of our usual games. Yeah, a lot of the games we usually play. So, Game of Life, Play Teen, and both of Way Sorry. The regular Way Sorry and the Way Sorry strategy. So, we'll play as much as we can, and whatever we don't finish, we'll carry all those over to tomorrow. And also, maybe during both games tonight, both of our other games this evening, I'll also continue working on that website I've been talking about. And whether we finish our games tomorrow or not, We're going to fill in the time in between to take you further behind the scenes of that website, which I will continue working on Monday. Well, I'll do some more work on it later tonight, possibly, and then continue working on it tomorrow, and then going into Monday. So, of course, going into next week. And speaking of that, I need to write down I need to get down the college assignments for this week, so give me a few moments while I do that. Let's see here. Let's see. Then checking this course. Next week will be week 15. So yeah, we're done third quarter of the school year, I guess I could say. Third quarter. We're going into the fourth and final quarter then, of my college semester. All right. So everything has been written down and is all set to go. And I do need to revise my test list too, because last night I confirmed that KMOX has officially stopped streaming their tests, which is such a shame. So now I'm going to have to find a new alternative. And I have a station in mind already. Yep, that is the other WBEZ. That will take its place. Okay, the board is reshaped, and now it is set for the week. So, it is already lunchtime. Oh my god. Okay, well, anyway, it is lunchtime here in Chicago. So, what we're going to do right now is we're going to take our first break here while I go have some lunch to fill me up until dinner. And then when we come back, we are going to do this week's county requests. And then I'll get ready to depart. So we have that coming up for you in just a few minutes.
This is a test. Plainfield TV is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
All right, we are back. We're ready to get to the county requests now. The funniest animal videos ever. Yeah, that's how much fun we had. Starting with the @ symbol. Ah, that's great. That is so great. Okay, so now then, let's go ahead and fixing a broken gate. That was a video on repairing a crossing gate. All right, let's do the county requests now. All right. It took me, had a little mistake, a little bit midway through, but we are able to get through that. So, now let me go ahead and actually make the edits. Let me go ahead and make the edits now to the county request video. The thing actually went on without a hitch, except for Salem, New Jersey. So that's the only part. This part I'm going to trim off. There we go. That was the only mistake we had in the entire video. So I'll go ahead and render it now. And that completes the county requests. And that actually completes all of the Saturday videos too. Now, the Game of Life usually takes about an hour to play, so we will not be starting any games right now. We're gonna do those later. We're gonna do the games later tonight when I get back. So that's what we're going to do. I would do some more work on the website, but I'll show you this a little later tonight if I do remember to do so. If not, I'll show you tomorrow. But some developments I've been trying to do with the website is trying to see if I can embed the Verizon's, the independent, the Verizon stations. I'm trying to get those embedded. I've had no luck with that. I mean, I've tried. I mean, I even used Copilot to even that didn't help. So I'm guessing the Verizon links must have some sort of protection on them, or that it doesn't allow embeds. But it's all right. This is essentially a trial and error scenario. Just seeing what works with embed and what doesn't, and then I'll just accommodate my website for that. So. All right. So here we go. I'm loading it now. You see 76 Denver CO, KC 65 Twin Cities MN, KHB 35 Boston, KB 98 Buffalo, SK 46 Knoxville, Tennessee, KHB 59 Cleveland, Ohio, KH 28 Philadelphia, KC 94 Phoenix, Arizona, KIG 64 Duluth, Minnesota, and KH 63 Orlando, Florida. Coverage areas. Through. There we go. Okay. And now we'll save it. There's the metronome from earlier. OpenOffice.org. It took the world by storm and then it disappeared.
But they got bought out by ARM, and thus absorbed all of Sun's different software products, such as Solaris, OpenOffice, Java, and virtual, containing other things like Solaris and OpenOffice. After being neglected by Oracle, a bunch of developers from OpenOffice decided that they were going to just leave, form a new project, and take the source code and start from scratch. Oracle took what was left and gave it to Apache, who would then be funded by IBM to do the project. This led to a fork in the road and two new open source use the website. So this was essentially the end of the original iteration of OpenOffice, but it still lives on, and it somehow, to this day, lives by a bit of a hanging thread, at least as far as I know, since that funding from IBM was cut in 2015, and thus the project has mostly dried up. While LibreOffice thrives to this day.
Yep, and that's a good alternative to Microsoft Office. So. Windows 11 on EGA? An EGA card. Oh my god. Windows 11 on Windows 1? So, Windows 11 on an EGA card. Oh my god. Copilot AI and all this stuff. Ah, this is great. CGA from 1981. That looks terrible. Windows 11 on an EGA card. Recorded on my iPhone 7 because my actual phone is low on battery. I see an antenna is bent. That's not good. What's this?
National Weather Service spokesperson Michael Musher said the Weather Service has paused the translations because its contract with the translators provider just lapsed. He didn't say if any efforts were being made to renew the contract. Emergency management officials recommend using third-party apps right now like Google Translate to translate the weather alerts yourself.
Translate them yourself to English. Or Spanish or whatever. That's not a big issue for me right now, so. Or won't be. Dark trains and mechanical bells. Imperial County got the Louisiana Monthly, I see. The wishbone crossing. That's great. The wishbone. Okay. All right. Now let me go over to check and see if the county request video went up perfectly. And also, let me look at the main channel folder because that's where I-80 is. I had to store it there temporarily, until today, so that way the thing, when I put the whole Street View collection in, so that the video does not air before it even is released. Or did I not download it? I probably refused to download it. Alright, move this to the reruns folder, county requests. Okay, so it looks like there is a copy of it already on the C drive. So there it is. We're going to move it to. So all I just need to do is go over and move it to the proper folder. Wait, that was the clip chant video. This one's the one off of YouTube, so there we go. All right. Otherwise, that should be it because I should have backed everything else up. I would just like to check and make sure. Yep, everything else that I've had is backed up, so we're all good to go on that. So let me go ahead and set the account back, close those out, and let me clear the download history so I don't accidentally delete the files. And there we go. All right. So the county requests are done. The weekend video, I don't know if I want to get it finished now. I think we'll wait on that till later because I mean it's kind of not that long. It's not that long enough yet, you know. So I'm actually gonna merge the Sunday tests into this one weekend video here. A sixth generation Intel. Here was Windows Vista. Save that to the playlist there. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, a snake on the computer. Gee Louise. Now that reminds me, you know what? To fill in the time, why don't we go on a little bit of an eBay scavenger hunt since we can't really play any games right now. But as I said, we'll do it when we get back. So yeah, let's see what kind of devices are up for sale. I see there's a decent selection of 12522s. Here's some 262s. Should we need to show the back? I can't remember. Where does this show the manufacturing date? Does it show it on the back cover? I think it shows it on that little sticker, which is covered by the battery compartment door. Oh, here we go. 06A07. Is that 2006? Was that July 2006? This one doesn't have a power cord. And yeah, then if I go through completed, see, this was the modded 262. Doesn't look like it's on this list. That's a 522. Yeah, maybe if I refine the search, it'll be more specific. Here we go. February 28th. This one was the 993 that was sold. And where do we get the details? See original listing. And here it is. So this one's actually brand new. It actually still had its original box. I mean, look at it. It still has the radio itself. It still has the remove before use thing, the belt clip, and the instruction manual. It still had everything. Wow, I'm impressed. All right, what's new in the world of $100 996s? Here's one that's been used. Here's a used one. That's going for 120 bucks. So he's showing some of the important things. Here's one that's going for $100. It says it's for parts are not working, but then scrolling down, it powers on, the backlight is faulty, dead pixels, the time sometimes won't change. So, well, I can tell the backlight's faulty, and that's the time, but, well, the radio actually does work, in fact. And here's one that actually is brand new. It says brand new. This one's actually the most expensive out of the whole lot, $250. And these are the only three 996s going right now. If anybody ever wants one. Well, those are the only three that are there. And I've also been looking at Dell. I've also been looking at Dell Windows laptops as well. Like this one here, a Latitude 3310. I don't think I remember ever seeing this model. Where does it show like the processor specs? It's an 8th generation i3, so it does meet the requirements for Windows 11. Here's a 7450 with Windows 10 Pro. And going down here, we have the full specs. 5th generation i7, so it doesn't natively meet the minimum requirements. Now that I mentioned Windows 11, I don't know if Microsoft is going to end the free upgrade offer to Windows 11 with the end of support of Windows 10. And if that's the case, then I'll just install the last update in a virtual machine. I'll just go through installing the last Windows 10 update in a virtual machine instead of on a real PC, because I'll upgrade the XPS to Windows 11 probably on the last day before end of support. I could do that because I don't know when they're going to end it, but I want to take advantage while I still can. And I'm sure many other people should be taking advantage too of putting Windows 11 on their Windows 10 machine if it supports it. But this is what actually caught my eye the most. This was the computer that my school used, not my college, but but actually across the whole Plainfield school district. This was the computer that the students were given, the Latitude 3190. You actually seen this thing in my original videos. If you may remember, this was in my original videos. This one I think had the crappy specs. Yeah, you can tell how crappy it is, because no wonder, because I mean, this is crappy specs, but decent enough for school. So that's probably why they went with these, but had a pretty decent experience with them. But somebody here managed to put Microsoft's latest creation on this, even though it most likely doesn't meet the minimum system requirements. And I can tell that is an older version. Yeah, that is an old version of Windows 11. I can see, because that chat thing is not in the OS anymore. It's now Microsoft Teams, and there's no Copilot AI. So this was an old version. Here's another one. This is a newer generation Intel Core i5. This is Windows 10 Pro. So of course it does meet the minimum. I can tell by the icon, but we'll have to check the specs and see. 6th generation, so it doesn't meet the minimum requirements for 11. Here's a 3189. This was another one of those machines that my school used. This one's an older version. This one also was being tortured with Windows 11. See, people can put Windows 11 on anything. If it can run Windows 10, it can run Windows 11. Well, some newer computers that don't meet the requirements from Windows 11 can actually run it pretty well, and this is no exception. All right, we're gonna continue the scavenger hunt in a moment, but for right now, I gotta go. We gotta get ready. Here to head to wherever the heck I'm going. So, as I get set for that, we're gonna take another commercial break here, and then when we come back, we will continue our eBay scavenger hunt. Stay tuned. Alright, we're back once again. Let me see. Did a weekly. He's ruining everything. A snake on the computer. That's great. That is just great. Okay. Alright, let me go back on this really quickly here and then we'll continue our eBay scavenger hunt, I guess. Now, back to our eBay scavenger hunt. Let's see what else we have. Here's a Latitude 5300. Windows 11 Home. 8th generation. So, of course, it meets the minimum requirements for Windows 11. The at symbol. The at symbol. That was great. Right, great. Two threes and three twos. Two threes in the puzzle. Oh, that's fun. And what's this one? What generation is that? V Pro Inside. Okay, I'm assuming that's a 6th generation. And what else have we got here? Here's a Latitude 5400 that is showing its BIOS screen. Eighth generation i7. This meets the minimum system requirements. This one has an 8th generation i5 with Windows 11 Pro. And this one has the 11th generation, which of course meets the minimum requirements. That's a 10th generation i5 with 11 Pro. Here's a Lenovo that also meets the requirements for Windows. Should be Intel 8th generation, so it meets the requirements. There's a 7480 that has a 7th generation i7, which doesn't officially meet the requirements for 11, but they did manage to put 11 on it anyway. Here's an 8th generation 5400 that's still running Windows 10. This one's still running Windows 10. Some of the damage to it over the years. And this one actually just went up. This is a Precision. This is a Precision 3550 that meets the minimum system requirements to run Windows 11. They wrote down the whole spec sheet on a notepad document. Where's that even stored? There. Here's another Latitude 3190. This one is the non-touchscreen. This one's just the standard model. It's not the special 2-in-1 touchscreen edition. This one's just the standard. There's the boot screen, and that's the setup. Here's a 3420 with Windows 11 Pro. Ooh, is that llamas? So it looks like this must be the latest update because I can see the live pictures there. So you can see there are the full specs of it. OS Windows 11, no notes. Here's a 5420 that came with Windows 11 out of the box. And I can obviously tell that is the factory install. And I can tell that's the factory install because I can see my Dell, Alexa, and their 30-day trial of McAfee that they include with every system. And this one's a 512 gigabyte model, like my laptop and this desktop. It always shows 458 gigabytes because the rest of the space is being used for recovery. Yeah, like here, mine shows 453 gigabytes. And this one's actually a bit more powerful than my current laptop, is because this one has an i7 and it's a generation over the one I have. Mine is the 11th generation i5, and this one's a 13th generation i7. So, yeah, keep those specs in mind. Here's a 10th generation 5410 that is on Windows 11. And of course, this meets the requirements. And this one's actually running the RTM build. I can see the spec sheet there. Windows 11 Home 21H2. That is the RTM build. So that is the RTM build of Windows 11. Here's another Latitude. This says Windows 11 Pro, but the pictures say it's on Windows 10. Here's a 7th generation. This says Windows 10 Pro. I guess they must not have worded it correctly, but yeah, the only way you could put Windows 11 on those things is if you are able to bypass the requirement checks and everything like that. But I know Microsoft doesn't recommend it, but I've done it a few times and I've seen other people do it. I see people doing it all the time. And then again, I understand why. Okay, I don't know what it is, but apparently something's wrong with my WAHC monitor because it doesn't seem to be picking anything up. It's not saying alert is new and valid or anything like that. I know WHC is in there. I know I didn't touch it. Alright, let's take care of this before we continue. Did this almost like those almost like the first trains of the Downers Grove series. Like the very first trains I see before I even get to my job. Okay. Turn off the Wi-Fi data to save bandwidth. Okay. Let's continue the scavenger hunt now. Where are we at? There's a 5300 that meets the requirements.
What's the temperature?
Okay, let's continue. Here's a 7486 gen. It says it says on the listing the requirements were bypassed to put Windows 11 on this. Here's a 3510. So it looks like this one actually has dual hard drives. This has a 100 and so this one actually has two hard drives in it. A 128 gig SSD for the OS, and then 1 terabyte mechanical hard drive for extra storage. Very neat. Here's a 3580 with a 7th generation. That, of course, had the requirements bypassed. What else do we have here? There's an EliteBook that still is Windows 10. And we can go to the second page and we can see more listings. There's a ThinkPad T460 that has Windows 10. Assuming it doesn't meet the minimum requirements. Yep, 6th generation, does not meet the requirements for Windows 11. But I mean, we can see people putting Windows 11 on this thing anyway. Now let's see if any other Edge E545s are on here. Here's one that was given an SSD upgrade. See, this one was upgraded to an SSD. And it's Windows 10. It does not, there is Windows 10. This one's on a mechanical drive. This is a This one also has a mechanical hard drive. It says Windows 8, but it actually is running Windows 10, according to the listings. And it looks like a lot of the ThinkPads I'm seeing here has Windows 10. This one they actually managed to put Linux on. This ThinkPad they actually put Linux on there. Doesn't mention OS not included, but it is Linux. Windows 10 for parts. No battery. No hard drive. Windows 10. Windows 10. Windows 10. Windows 10. Windows 10. And I think that's it. There actually was a ThinkPad of this model that actually had Windows 7 on it. And it's this one here. This one says that Windows 7 is included from the factory. It says this is Windows 7. It says Windows 7 Pro 64-bit was installed on this particular model. So I mean, it could upgrade to now. Obviously, you can tell that this is not the. This is actually a different. That keyboard layout is of course different than here in the U.S. And I actually remember and I believe this one. This one is in German, so this is a German model. So this is a German model of the ThinkPad, I have. Of course, the one I have is the US model. So this one's German. So aside from that, that's the only ThinkPad Edge that still has its factory install. There was actually one that had a factory install in the US. This is an X31 that still had its original box. This is the Intel model. This is the Intel model of the ThinkPad that still has Windows 7 on it. And I can see Windows 10. So these are all these ThinkPads here still have either still have their original factory installation of OS, whether it be Windows 7. However, there are some that don't have any of Lenovo's custom stuff, and then there are some that just have ones that do have Lenovo's customizations from the factory, or they're just the standard install where they just used a standard installation media from a retail store and just threw Windows 7 onto there and just installed the drivers and called it and updates and called it a day. But yeah, I usually prefer, I prefer more to have at least the factory installation of an OS, whether it be Windows 8 or Windows 10. But I'm actually kind of starting to wane away from that because Windows 7 has not been updated since the end of support. Well, actually, not just since the end of support. Well, both the end of free support and, of course, the extended update program that ended in 23 with Windows 8.1. But yeah, it's unfortunate that anything below Windows 10 is considered risky to run while connected to the internet because Microsoft isn't making patches for them anymore. I mean, especially Windows 7. I enjoyed Windows 7. I enjoyed Windows 7 so much when I was a kid. XP, I enjoyed XP. When I was little, I enjoyed XP. XP was literally my main OS. It was everywhere. Well, I didn't have the only main computer I had at the time that had XP. And yeah, the only time I used Windows 7 was in school. And I still remember Windows 7 to this very day. But such a shame that it's not getting updates anymore. All right. Well, folks, time is up here, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to start the info center now. And I'll be back in a few hours so we can play our games.
Insanity. Keep this frequency clear. this frequency clear.
If there's an iced tea in that bag, could be love.
the ad symbol right now. One ad symbol. Ah, yes, I am still having fun with that. With those past moments of the random character mayhem. Alright, hello everyone. I'm back now from all of that. From early dinner and all that. Oh man, it was good. It was really good. Alright, now we're going to get started with our games here. There's actually really much to catch up on, which is pretty nice. So let's go ahead and get Vista fired up so we can start playing the game of life. The first of our 4 games. We're going to see how many games we can get done within the next few hours. So, yeah, we're going to see how many we can get done within that period of time. And whatever we don't get done today, we'll be carrying over to tomorrow. We will do them, and of course we will do them tomorrow. I assume I missed today's White Sox game. Yep. We won 3-2 to take the series. Well, to win the series. So tomorrow we're going for the sweep. So we're going to go for the sweep tomorrow. Alright. Now all we just need to do is put in the game of life. And then we will get this thing going. And I'm caught up on everything else. So now let's get to our games. I never went back to the end tracks. Do that.
Welcome to the game of life.
First brand new game. We're going to do the classic mode as we normally do. Let's do white this time. 5 computer players. Let's start the game.
Spin to see who goes first. Your turn, white. 9, your turn, green. 4, your turn, orange. 10, your turn, red. 7, your turn, blue. 9, your turn, yellow. 4, your turn, orange. College. 7. Spring break in Florida. Pay $5,000. Your turn, red. Career. Police officer. Your salary is $20,000. 6. Lost. Lose next turn. Your turn, blue. Career. Travel agent. Your salary is $30,000. 7. Birthday party. Collect a life tile.
Look out, honey! He's gonna blow!
Your turn, Yellow. College. 9. Right term paper. Blue's next turn. Your turn, White. Choose college or career.
Let's go.
Career. Pull the handle for your career choice. Athlete. Press an available button to reveal your salary. Your salary is $50,000. Spin the spinner. Buy
For
stuff.
that, let me put the long-term investment on number 6 and pay the auto insurance.
You've spun a 9. Win marathon. Collect $10,000. Your turn, Green. College. 6. Collect $10,000. Study in Europe. Collect a life tile. Your turn, Orange. 2. Graduation day. Collect a life tile. Red lost a turn. Your turn, Blue. Buy stuff. You've spun a 9. Stop. Get married. Collect a life tile. Spin again. 7. Collect $10,000. It's payday, baby! Collect $30,000. Yellow lost a turn. Your turn, White. 2. Don't drink and drive. Collect a life tile. Your turn, Green. 7. Collect $10,000. Stop. Job search. Doctor.
The interview ready.
Your salary is $100,000. Spin again, Green. 9. Heyday. Collect $100,000. Your turn, Orange. 1. Stop. Job search. Accountant. Your salary is $80,000. Spin again, Orange. 3. Birthday party. Collect a life tile.
Kinda skimped on the candles there, eh?
Your turn, Red. Buy stuff. Buy stuff. You've spun a 6. Collect $10,000. Oh, flat tire. Blue's next turn. Oh, sure. Your turn, Blue. 6. Collect $10,000. Stop. Buy a house. Pay $100,000. Spin again, Blue. 5. Baby girl. Collect a life tile. Your turn, Yellow. 9. Stop. Job search. Teacher. Your salary is $90,000. Spin again, Yellow. 2. Adopt a pet. Collect a life tile.
I didn't realize they made hippo-sized huggers.
Your turn, White. You've spun a 9. Stop. Get married. Collect a life tile. Spin again. 4. Car accident. Good thing you're insured. Your turn, Green. 6. Collect $10,000. Stop. Get married. Collect a life tile. Spin again, Green. Buy stuff. Two. Happy honeymoon. Collect a life tile.
Just think of all the years you'll have together.
Your turn, Orange. Buy stuff. 6. Collect $10,000. Stop. Get married. Collect a life tile. Spin again, Orange. 8. Collect $10,000. Oh, taxes due. You are the accountant. Red lost a turn. Your turn, Blue. Buy stuff. 3. Twins. Collect a life tile.
Hey, Dad, we're gonna go try out for the synchronized swimming team.
Your turn, Yellow. Buy stuff. 4. Win marathon. Collect $10,000.
I thought this was the New York ballroom dancing marathon.
Your turn, White. 1. Collect $10,000. Move across country. Pay $10,000. Your turn, Green. 6. Collect $10,000. Win lottery. Collect $50,000.
And you all laughed when I picked those numbers.
Your turn, Orange. 6. Collect $10,000. Stop. Buy a house. Pay $160,000. Spin again. Buy stuff. Five. Collect $10,000. Baby girl. Collect a life tile.
Whoa.
Your turn, Red. Buy stuff. Six. Collect $10,000. Stop. Get married. Collect a life tile. Spin again. Five. Collect $10,000. Night school. Pay $20,000. Superstar. Your salary is $70,000. Your turn, Blue. Four. House flooded. Good thing you're insured.
I told you the water bunk beds were a bad idea.
Your turn, Yellow. Five. Collect $10,000. Stop. Get married. Collect a life tile. Spin again. Four. Car accident. Pay $10,000. Your turn, White. Buy stuff. Seven. Collect $10,000. Stop. Buy a house. Buy a house. Pay $80,000. Spin again, White. Buy stuff. $10. Baby girl. Collect a life tile. Your turn, Green. Five. Collect $10,000. Stop. Buy a house. Pay $200,000. Spin again. One. Collect $10,000. Payday! Collect $100,000.
That must be my...
Your turn, Orange. Seven. Collect $10,000. Family checkups. Pay $5,000.
Mr. Needle won't hurt you.
Your turn, Red. Two. Oh, taxes due. Pay $30,000.
I prefer not to think of it so much as a tax hike, but as a new sports car.
Your turn, Blue. Seven. Collect $10,000. Return lost wallet. Collect a life tile.
This can't be my wallet. There's too much money in it.
Your turn, Yellow. Five. Collect $10,000. Win lottery. Collect $50,000.
You bought 5,000 tickets a week. For how long?
Your turn, White. Six. Collect $10,000. Choose left or right. Payday. Collect $50,000.
For what?
Your turn, Green. 5. Collect $10,000. Win talent contest. Collect $10,000.
Maybe if you hadn't knocked your partner into the orchestra pit.
Your turn, Orange. 4. Have a baby girl. Collect a life tile.
Oh.
Your turn, Red. 8. Collect $10,000. Stop. Buy a house. Spin again. Spin again. Spin again. Spin again. Spin again. Pay $60,000. Spin again. You've spun an 8. Collect $10,000. Twins. Collect a life tile.
Kids, have either...
Your turn, Blue. 9. Art auction. Pay $20,000. Your turn, Yellow. 7. Collect $10,000. Stop. Buy a house. Spin again. Spin again. Pay $180,000. Spin again. You've spun a 10. Baby girl. Collect a life tile.
I'm your neighbor next door. I believe this was left on our porch by mistake.
Your turn, White. You've spun a 9. Tropical vacation. Pay $25,000. Your turn, Green. 8. Collect $10,000. Stock market zooms. Choose a stock certificate. 8. Your turn, Orange. 9. Night school. Your turn, Red. Buy stuff.
Iowa Interstates.
8. Collect $10,000. Visit Mount Rushmore. Collect a life tile.
Politicians have egos, all right. Look at the size of them heads.
Your turn, Blue. 10. Stock market slumps. Return 1 stock. Your turn, Yellow. 5. Collect $10,000. Family picnic. Collect a life tile.
Family get-togethers are a good idea. Too bad they're no fun.
Your turn, White. 10.
Alright, I gotta go back on all the Amtrak's.
Lessons at Ace Tennis Camp. You are the athlete. Your turn, Green. 10.
4 is super late today.
Tropical vacation. Pay $25,000. Your turn, Orange. 4. Help out at Special Olympics. Collect a life tile.
You just don't have what it takes to compete.
Your turn, Red. 8. Collect $10,000. Night school. Your turn, Blue. 6. Collect $10,000. Payday. Collect $30,000.
Now I can say that I make the big money.
Your turn, Yellow. 1. Collect $10,000. Visit Mount Rushmore. Collect a life tile.
I've seen bigger heads on living politicians.
Your turn, White. You've spun a 2. Payday! Collect $50,000.
I usually get paid COD. You know, cash on delivery.
Your turn, Green.
Okay, that's 3 of them.
6. Collect $10,000.
Now for the Builder and Borealis.
Win Beautiful Baby Contest. Collect $10,000. Your turn, Orange. 4. Taxes due. You are the accountant. Your turn, Red. 1. Collect $10,000. Learn CPR. Collect a life tile.
He's no sucker. He's a lifesaver.
Your turn, Blue. 3. Collect $10,000. Payday. Collect $30,000.
If you have a problem with your paycheck, talk to the man in payroll.
Your turn, Yellow. 3. Collect $10,000. Trade your salary card with any player. Your salary is $100,000. Your turn, White. 8. Collect $10,000. Choose left or right.
Get the cash.
Find buried treasure. Collect $80,000. Your turn, Green. 6. Collect $10,000.
Alright, now let's see where 4 is at.
Payday! Collect $90,000.
Don't spend it all in one place.
Your turn, Orange. 1. Collect $10,000. Lessons at Ace Tennis Camp. Pay $25,000.
Home run! Hey, where's the bases?
Your turn, Red. 4. Win Beautiful Baby Contest. Collect $10,000.
You've won the contest. Now here's your prize, a beautiful baby.
Your turn, Blue. 7. Buy Cabin on Lake. Pay $90,000.
Too bad it's a dry lake.
Your turn, Yellow. 10. Help out at Special Olympics. Collect a life tile.
I love being a part of the team.
Your turn, White. 8. Collect $10,000. Learn sign language. Collect a life tile.
He's kind of cute, but half of what he says is nonsense.
Your turn, Green. 2. Be my Valentine. Collect a life tile.
2 words. Puppy love.
Your turn, Orange. 3. Collect $10,000. Stock market slumps. Return 1 stock.
I always thought it was just a stupid saying.
Your turn, Red. 2.
So apparently, Beat the Bridge is
Trade your salary card with any player.
Last episodes of season 1.
Your salary is $100,000. Your turn, Blue. 6. Collect $10,000. Stock market slumps. Return 1 stock.
No, that was buy low, sell high.
Your turn, Yellow. 4. Taxes due. Pay $30,000.
I said tax, not tax.
Your turn, White. 8. Collect $10,000. Tornado tilts house. Good thing you're insured. Your turn, Green. 2. Write bestseller. Collect $80,000. Your turn, Orange. You've spun a 4. Adopt twins. Collect a life tile.
Decisions, decisions.
Your turn, Red. You've spun a 4.
We'll watch the late
Payday!
show up in 4
Collect
hours.
$100,000.
Now here's a job that's good for the environment, too.
Your turn, Blue. 6. Collect $10,000. Sponsor golf tournament. Pay $35,000.
No, I didn't know they were gonna build that here.
Your turn, Yellow. 8. Collect $10,000. Host police charity ball. Pay $15,000. Your turn, White. 9. Produce rock video. Pay $100,000. Your turn, Green. 4. Find buried treasure. Collect $80,000.
Look at this, a rare Neanderthal. Good doggy.
Your turn, Orange. 6. Collect $10,000. Give to Art Institute. Pay $25,000.
If we donated more, maybe they would have spelled our names correctly.
Your turn, Red. 5. Collect $10,000. Adopt twins. Collect a life tile.
Those bookends are very lifelike.
Your turn, Blue. 10. Payday. Collect $30,000. Your turn, Yellow. 4. Payday. Collect $70,000.
It sure looks like a lot more when you...
Your turn, White. 7. Oh, taxes due. Pay $20,000. Your turn, Green. 1. Oh, taxes due. Pay $40,000. Your turn, Orange. 1. Recycle your trash. Collect a life tile.
It's good to see you're sticking to your recycling routine.
Your turn, Red. 3. Collect $10,000. Find buried treasure. Collect $80,000.
One man's garbage is another man's treasure. Or vice versa.
Your turn, Blue. 6. Collect $10,000. Trade your salary card with any player. Your salary is $100,000. Your turn, Yellow. 2. TV game show winner. Collect $95,000.
Congratulations, you've won $1 million at a go.
Your turn, White. 2. Visit War Memorial. Collect a life tile.
May I have permission to use the little general's room, ma'am?
Your turn, Green. You've spun a 6. Collect $10,000. Play a family game. Collect a life tile.
Wow, this is the greatest family game ever.
Your turn, Orange. 6. Collect $10,000. Payday. Collect $80,000.
This payday, I might have enough to pay last month's bill.
Your turn, Red. 5. Collect $10,000. summer school. Pay $20,000. Your turn, Blue. You've spun a 10. Tour Europe. You are the travel agent. Your turn, Yellow. 10. Stock market slumps. Return 1 stock.
We didn't say good results.
Your turn, White. 4. Payday! Collect $50,000. Your turn, Green. 10. Payday! Collect $90,000.
That's a lot of dough.
Your turn, Orange. 7. Mushu Flu Attack. Pay $25,000. Your turn, Red. 3. Collect $10,000. Buy cabin on lake. Pay $90,000. Your turn, Blue. 10.
Oh, that was the same floor we saw in Flagstaff.
Retire. Millionaire Estates. Your turn, Yellow. You spun a 6. Collect $10,000.
Yeah, nothing else to see.
Sponsor golf tournament. Pay $35,000. Your turn, White. 1. Go fishing. Collect a life tile.
You know, I think you're scaring off the fish with your body odor.
Your turn, Green. You've spun a 9. Trade your salary card with any player. Your salary is $90,000. Your turn, Orange. 6. Collect $10,000. Payday! Collect $80,000.
Hey, just because I'm a clown doesn't mean you can pay me in funny money.
Your turn, Red. 4.
Dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar.
Trade your salary card with any player. Your salary is $90,000. Your turn, Yellow. 9. College. You are the teacher. Your turn, White. 10. It's payday, baby! Collect $50,000. Your turn, Green. 10. Grand Canyon Vacation. Collect a life tile.
2 words. Guardrail!
Your turn, Orange. 5. Have tattoos removed. Pay $100,000. Your turn, Red. 3. Collect $10,000. Tornado tilts house. Good thing you're insured. Your turn, Yellow. 8. Collect $10,000. Payday! Collect $70,000.
Domestic engineers don't get paid enough.
Your turn, White. 9. Retire. Choose Countryside Acres or Millionaire Estates.
Countryside.
Countryside Acres. Your turn, Green. 1. Trade your salary card with any player. Your salary is $90,000. Your turn, Orange. 2. Payday. Collect $80,000.
What do you mean you don't cash out of Planet checks?
Your turn, Red. You've spun an 8. Collect $10,000. Payday! Collect $30,000.
I know I was promised a big check, but...
Your turn, Yellow. You've spun an 8. Collect $10,000. Supports Wildlife Fund. Collect a life tile.
Ben, remember, you promised to look for a job today.
Your turn, Green. 6. Collect $10,000. Payday! Collect $90,000.
After paying all my bills, I can't really afford a decent hairdresser.
Your turn, Orange. You've spun a 6. Collect $10,000. Trade your salary card with any player. Your salary is $90,000. Your turn, Red. 5. Have tattoos removed. Pay $100,000.
That'll teach you to fall asleep while you're playing with an engraver.
Your turn, Yellow. 2. You're a grandparent. Collect a life tile.
Thanks to cloning, I can be my own grandpa.
Your turn, Green. You've spun a 10. Retire. Countryside Acres. Your turn, Orange. 1. Payday! Collect $90,000.
This isn't exactly what I had in mind when they said I'd be making a lot of clams.
Your turn, Red. 4. Spin again if you're not in the lead. Spin again. 4. Trade your salary card with any player. Your salary is $90,000. Your turn, Yellow. 8. Collect $10,000. Retire. Countryside Acres. Your turn, Orange. 6. Collect $10,000. Arbor Day. Plant a tree. Collect a life tile.
Hey, kid. Could you pick me up a pint of sap down at the corner?
Your turn, Red. 9. Support Wildlife Fund. Collect a life tile.
I'm sorry, Mr. Doyle. We just don't have as many late-night jobs as we used to.
Your turn, Orange.
And then, of course, last week's
3. Collect $10,000. Tour Europe. Pay $45,000.
Now, Earl,
right,
that's how we got kicked out of the Louvre.
Here so we can start playing 18.
Your turn, Red. 8. Collect $10,000. Retire. Millionaire Estates. Your turn, Orange. 3. Collect $10,000. Throw party for Grammy winners. Pay $35,000.
This is my Grammy.
Your turn, Orange. 6. Collect $10,000. Retire. Millionaire Estates. Cash in your life tiles. Collect buku bucks. Cash in your life tiles. Collect $100,000. Cash in your life tiles. Collect a whole lot of money. Cash in your life tiles. Collect a whole lot of money. Cash in your life tiles. Collect buku bucks. Cash in your life tiles. Collect buku bucks. You are in 6th place. You are in 5th place. You are in 4th place. You are in 3rd place.
Ended up in 3rd.
You are in 2nd place.
And the winner
Congratulations, Green. You have won the game of life. Sit back in your yacht and let the sea breezes be your guide.
All right, let's get ready to move on to the next game now. All right, we're just gonna let the credits sequence run. Well, run. So let's start the next game. There's the Sega Saturn. And then there's all those random character extravaganzas, including last night's. Once I confirm it has been established. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's get started then. Round 1. I'm going to shut this virtual machine off. I'm going to leave it because we'll be going to Windows 7 after this, after we're done with this game. Oh, I got lucky with that 11. I was actually thinking earlier, you know what? Maybe we should maybe make the episodes available. We should maybe release the episodes on my main channel too, considering how much fun they were. I'll have to ask Brandon when we meet him again if we should release those episodes on my channel or not. This is lovely.
Holy God.
No.
How about a 8? Sure, let's do an 8 next.
I'm not sure what our neighbors are doing tonight. I'm already in last, but this is only the first round. So let's go to round 2 now. Don't think I switched this out of private mode. There we go.
Alright, put the 8 on the board. There's 2 8. Wait, really?
The second hole's already started.
Alright, put the 8 on the board. There's 2 8.
8.
Oh my gosh. I wanted to do this last week. We didn't get to. Now we are. Check out the dollar sign, which is already up there. No, dollar is not. How about a and symbol? There. Ah, there. How about a and symbol? There. There. Ah, yeah, good, good. Now, what I do? How about
An opening bracket.
How about opening brackets? Let's get opening bracket in the front. Let's get opening bracket in the front. What? How about
Need that -10. Pretty bad now. No.
yeah, other brackets. Bracket? How about a requisite bracket? I think that's already all the way. A rounding bracket? I would. Oh, rounded bracket. Excuse me.
There we go.
Like parentheses. Yeah, excuse me, parentheses. Why are they? You better use it.
And there you go, in second place. Now let's get ready for the third round. I have faith in you, he says. The heck happened to the pencil?
No, shoot. Let's try. Let's try.
I really enjoyed Braden's reaction to this. Let's go for the -10 again. We need it. Nope. Give me that.
Wait, check out Charlie for me. There's one plus guys. Wait, check out Charlie for me.
No.
There's one plus guys.
Still got second place after the third round. Let's go to the next one.
It's still increasing the water value. That's that.
Here we go. Round 4.
That was equal sign. That is one.
Chancing that 10. To discard that, not take it. Well, the game doesn't. Well, the game takes the first choice. Well, now I gotta work my way out. Work my way out, though. Okay, next hole, next round. I think right where we're going here, I think we might be able to get through all 4 of our games tonight in just this short amount of time.
Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing everything while you do your thing.
There's I needed that big time. All right, next round.
this. Buzz and Steel or no deal. It's been a hell of a season, hasn't it, ladies and gentlemen? It's a bit of a bittersweet moment for us here at Deal because this is the season 5 finale. Season we've been rated at $12 million. Thanks to two people who joined the $5 million club, both Phil and Chris Chambers. But tonight we are looking to end it on a high note. And this year, Buzzin has given away $16,301,000, and tonight we're going to push it to over $20 million. But we can't do it without one very important element. I say let's bring the cases out one last time for the season before they go on the shelf for the summer. Cases, please. Oh, the intro will never get old, no matter how many seasons we go through it. With that being said, we need a player. Who is going to be the one person to take on the paper for the final time for $5 million? Please welcome to the stage, Antonis. Come on up. This is the craziest thing I've ever done. You're about to see a game play out. Reality start.
And there's the last of my videos premiering in prime time. Okay, I'll take 6. And there we go, right back in second place where I was at. Next round. I just quickly run. Let's try and find another 9. Yes. All right, well, that was a good score. All right, last round for the first half. Hey, I get to keep second place after that last round. Alright, let's get ready to play the second half now. And I think Rochelle is most likely still one of the best roof fanning episodes I've made so far. Alright, first hole of game number 2. Yeah, of course, the best part was showing off the crossing as it was going. Ooh, got so lucky with that. Alright, next round. Maybe if everybody's going to be flocking down to Rochelle for railroad days. Maybe we could end up heading back there. I wonder if anybody did
over James Bond, Jack Reacher, and Jason Bourne. There's a new action hero in town.
Year's festivities. And cool. Here's event to show off the construction renovations, such as new siding on the gift shop, bathroom updates, and a handicap accessible ramp leading up to the gift shop. Rochelle Railroad Days would have locomotives on static display. Unfortunately, there have been no locomotives on display for the last few years. That's going to do it for this episode of Rock River Rails.
This time? Okay.
You know, I'm actually thinking maybe we should head back to Rochelle to watch the for our railroad days. That would be pretty nice. There we go. Okay, third round. And what day does June 1st fall on? Ooh, it falls on a Sunday.
Old Spice, super hydration. Keeps me 24/7 moisturized and smells like a Fiji vacation.
Ooh.
It looks like the railroad days is what drives all these rail fanners to the town.
I just decided to get one last video of a train going very slow. Hello, everybody. CJ Townsend here. We have a train coming. And another one also. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my God, no. Oh no. 3 engines, all right. No. 5 engines, all right, and a warp-bonded engine also. CJ Captain here. We have a train coming. Check it out. They are. Oh, take a look at this. There's an engine over here at the Rochelle Railroad. Kidding me. We have a train meet, all right.
Okay, next round.
In Central Time it is. Well, I don't know. That's a good question. At least a little bit after 4 p.m.
Okay, next round.
It is about 4 here. See what we have. I hear something, so at 2 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Try Domino's new Parmesan stuffed crust pizza for $10.99 each next time you mix and match.
Is there a part where a train comes and stops the whole thing?
music's alright. Oh! Let's march it back down the signal.
I think the reaction he gave when he was in Indiana.
Here we go with attempt number 4.
You know, I think maybe I should actually go to Railroad Days for once. Because that carnival and all, that actually reminded me of something. Maybe that was Railroad Days we went to. But I am not entirely sure. Maybe it was Railroad Days. I don't know. View venue website. So I was thinking I would like to return to the rail park for a third time. Considering it's been a long time and whatnot. Join fellow rail fans for a weekend of trains and more at the Diamond in Rochelle. Railroad days include festivities, food, music, displays, games, and more. That actually I think might seem like a whole lot of fun to check out. Because I was actually just looking at seeing if there were other rail fans that participated in the railroad days. And I was thinking, you know what? I would be more than happy to return. I would be more than happy to go back to the railroad park. But right now, it says June 1st. But I will have to keep on checking and seeing if that information is in fact correct. And if it is, then we'll actually head there. We'll actually head to the rail park, and this time, and maybe we'll actually get to. Well, you never know what I might get to see. But the only thing is, how am I going to do that with Chehalis and all that other stuff? But we'll work things out. But I mean, considering that I just brought up the rail park now, actually might be it might actually be a great place, to spend my weekend. So June 1st, that would be a pretty nice place to pretty nice to go. Because I would love to return to the rail park again, because if you remember back in September, I didn't get to see much when I was there, because it was mainly the big boy. This time though, it's for real. This time it's really going to be under my watch. So I would love to at least do one more rail fanning video. I would love to do at least one or two more rail fanning videos before the Downers Grove series returns for a third season. And maybe... No, skip it. And if they have charging outlets, which I'm pretty sure... I don't know if they do. I actually might want to keep a power bank nearby, So maybe this coming May could be a good opportunity for me to get one back. So then I could have enough power because, I mean, I really would like to live stream this one. Because now that I think about it, I would really like to live stream this, the real fanning excitement out of Rochelle. Because that was actually the thing I was thinking of the last time I was there back in September. I was thinking about live streaming it, but I didn't want to waste all the battery out of the phone. But I mean, when I do end up getting the 16E, then I really will have enough power. But then the only thing is, are those same rail fans that I met going to be there? Well, if CJ Compton remembers, he'll be there again. As I'm going back on his video, his channel.
I am just a train enthusiast.
So he could end up coming here again. But nothing has come through. Let me actually go back on his other content. I think somebody might be hosting a. I think it might have been a fireworks. Might be some firework equipment or something. I don't know if you heard it. I don't really know. Let me go back to. When was Real Day last year? I believe it was May when I looked at the calendar. Let me look again. Let's see. They don't have any information about Railroad Day. Oh, May 31st, it says. It says Railroad Days. I believe that is correct. May 31st is day one of Rochelle Railroad Days. I think that actually might be a good time. I'd rather do it on a Saturday than on a Sunday. And it's for a few reasons. Of course, number one, there isn't a lot of catch up to play with this. And number two, I don't know. And maybe this time, if I remember, maybe we'll try to see if we can stay for the whole event. You know, the whole entire time. Because, I mean, what event isn't complete without, you know, all kinds of trains? So we'll have to see. I mean, I don't know who I'm going to be meeting next. But who knows? So, who knows? I might be watching a Walk, Wisconsin next, but I think that is something I might actually end up enjoying. But those are the dates that are displaying on Rochelle's website, but the railroad park itself has yet to confirm. They haven't even updated the date for 2024 for last year. They did put down information regarding the 4014 Big Boy, but they have not put down any info on Railroad Days. So I mean, I think it's time to participate in a Rail Fanning Days for once. Which actually reminds me, When is Franklin Park supposed to have their railroad days? When is Franklin Park supposed to have theirs? They have information, so so yeah, I would like to visit Franklin Park's railroad days as well. So so if I look at the page of the railroad days, it says join fellow rail fans. Well, I'm sure there's going to be so many of them there, considering all of the railroad day videos that I have seen so far. That I have seen, but the question is CJ Compton going to make the trip all the way there? Because when was it last year? Well, actually, we can go back on the community. Um, where do we go back to the community calendar event series? They have the 2 days. Let's go back to May 2024. It's taking a little bit of time to refresh. Let me try to change the date. What does that do? Hmm. When was it back in 2024? It was May 18th. May 18th.
Oh, so we have a train here at
July 30th, 20.
CJ Compton here. Ah, here we go again. Alrighty, so we have a malfunction here at Vanoy Avenue in Wayne, Michigan. They just went up. It's a. Oh.
Probably have to scroll up. This was the only EAS alert he got. May 22nd.
CJ Compton here. Hello, everybody. CJ Compton here at Carroll Avenue in Michigan City, Indiana. And we have a train coming, the train that I just rode on. It is actually still raining, but I can still deal with it for now. Hello, everybody.
It looks like, according to his records, he did not participate in railroad days last year. He did not participate in that. So, I was thinking, I think it's actually time for me to do railroad days. Or is it at some point on this list and he hasn't, or he has caught up? I'm not sure. And what's this one? Chesterton. Does Chesterton, even Indiana, have a rail day? No, not 24, 25. I want to see if they have a date for it. Calendar. Local events. Here we go. This is the list of events. I'll just type rail, and it'll phrase it all by term, and no results. So I'll look at each of the rail days videos carefully, and I'm gonna see. I'll have to see if.
With Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, just like that breakfast burrito.
There isn't too.
Pretty neat. What is that old Kinemaster thumbnail? I see there were some other rail fanners there. But I will have to check. But yeah, I'm reviewing each video, and these will actually influence my decision. Wait a second. Do I recognize this man? No, I don't. You know what? I think it's time we give Railroad Days a try. Because I know it's been a year since we were last there. So that's what I was actually thinking. I think it's finally time we give the Railroad Days a try. Because I'm sure as many of you all know, out of my 20 years, I can't remember, but I believe I believe I got into the world of trains when I was like, I don't know, 3 or 4. I believe it's been since then. And I have gotten a big passion in when it comes to watching trains. I'm always excited, you know. It's always exciting when I watch a train go by because you never know what you might expect. You never know what you're gonna get. You could get a whole different a consist of something you haven't seen before, or even a heritage unit, like in the case of the Rochelle video that I did. Because the last time I was at the railroad park, now that my calculations are correct, was 2012. And considering there was like a carnival there, I was thinking that maybe we were there for a Railroad Day event, for the Rochelle Railroad Days. I'm going to have to take a look and see if I'm going to have to look at the archive and see if that, let's see, Rochelle, or was that 2013? Railroad Days 2013. I want to see what the date was because I'm curious to know. I wonder if this was it. This was 2013 Saturday. Yeah, it was a Saturday. But I want to see if there are any mentions of carnival rides or anything. Let's look at 2013 and let's see. Maybe there might be mentions of.
Now taxes is relaxing. When you bought
Wait, that's not it. That's fall 2013. This is it. And it seems like there were other Rofanners there. So I believe then from these things, I believe that sure, I would be more than happy to return to Rochelle. I have a picture from 2015. Let's see if it'll display. Oh, it'll display on the AirPlay. Neat. Oh yeah, this was a picture from July of 2015. And of course, I'm sure you all, I don't know if any of you may recognize this crossing, but this was another one of my row fanning hotspots back in the day. It's this crossing right here. It's Gilbert Avenue in Western Springs on the BNSF racetrack. Of course, I've done two. Of course, I've done two. I've actually done many row fanning videos, two of which not that far from this crossing. As you know, the Western Springs video. The last one I did was just 2 weeks ago, and then the other one before that was on the day after Christmas. And of course, let's not forget about some of the other ones that I've done, including Lockport, Chicago Ridge, Elkhart, and what else? Lockport, Chicago Ridge, Elkhart. Well, all those places. Now, what do all these row fanning videos have in common behind the scenes? I was only there for half an hour. Half an hour or less. The rail fanning park was only an hour. Now, for Rochelle this time, I'm looking to go even longer. Possibly 2 hours. But probably I'll have to take I'll probably take a power bank with me. Just to be sure. But I would like to take a good look at the railroad park and see if there are any, can I look? Ooh, yes, I can look. But it's a photo path, though. But we can look at a PTZ. I don't think I got up close, but I believe they do have charging stations. But when I do visit the Lawn of Oaks in May, from what I was told, I'll be more than happy to replace that power bank and get that other one back so that I can do, so that way then I can head to Rochelle and make that real fan video for you all. But then the only problem is I'm going to have a huge long cable with me, so I'll probably just pack it in one of my cases. So yeah, I would like to do a live stream out of Rochelle. It's going to be quite fun. If that is, well, if my parents approve of it, so. But yeah, I really would like to head to Rochelle and, you know, as I said, make one more row fanning video before my part-time job starts up again. Oh, that's not it. Because yeah, I would love to make one more row fanning video before my part-time job starts up again. And like I said, for the third season of Downers Grove, I am planning to do more live streams. So, this is going to be pretty fun. But I know there's probably going to be some problems and whatnot when it comes to it. It's probably going to be because of the weather, most likely. But we'll work things out. Okay. Now, if you'll give me all a few moments, I gotta go take care of something, and then we will get started with Way Sorry. All right. Now let's get Sorry started. And we should actually be able to get all 4 of our games done. Y'all bought weird things for 50 seconds? What is that about?
Sorry. Starring Blue. I'm yellow. Hey.
Presenting green.
Well, I'm red. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Hey.
Sorry.
Hey, here we go. Way Sorry Classic. Let's begin.
Oh, man. No way. No way.
Why me? Why me? Why me? And they're off.
You are such a lucky dude, Yellow. You know, this is good. A time to reflect.
Not too pretty, but effective.
Ooh, now you're in trouble.
Yeah, lucky draw, brah.
I could really use some help here.
Now I'm back in my element.
Bored, 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 bored. I'm bored.
I can't do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
BLUE, Blue is on to victory.
Hooray for yellow! Hooray for yellow! Hooray for yellow! Yahoo!
I may not start quick, but I finish fast.
Hello? I'm trying to get out the door here.
That's not good. You gotta take 'em one space at a time.
You're a real thrill seeker, aren't you? Hey, remember me? That guy that used to be playing?
And they're off!
And she's off.
I think my hair is starting to go gray.
Oh, look, the delivery boy. Here's a tip. Now run along and get yourself a fresh start.
You're mean. Somebody up there doesn't like me.
Do you realize who you just bumped?
I warned you, dude. Stay off my porch. Double bump your way up front and show 'em who runs the show.
Jocelyn.
And he breaks free from the rest of the pack. And they're coming around the bend. You're lucky I'm patient.
See you, dude. Say hi to the horizon.
It had to be you, one of my own, didn't you? I'm gaining on you. What are you gonna do? Let the other teams catch up?
You're such a lucky pawn, Red.
Little Schmiddle, I'm still gonna win.
It's so hard to find good help these days.
I'm out of here.
Baby step. Little Schmiddle, I'm still gonna win. Well, that's good for someone.
Excellent. Sometimes a couple of steps better than a couple of miles. Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude.
Good heavens! And only frogs to rescue me from the tower.
Somebody up there doesn't like me.
Yellow, you always say that. Man, that could have been worse, but I don't know how.
Do it again and I'll think about it for a while. Then I'll kick some serious pawn. Why me? Why me? Why me?
Enough is enough, Red. Time to keep up with the Joneses.
It's all part of my master plan.
Harsh.
Hey, how about a hand here?
You're just getting greedy.
Winning isn't everything, you know.
That's what I call the shellfish shuffle. Cool. Good warm-up move. You ready to play now?
Come on, walk it off.
Yo, excuse me for sucking air, dude. Heinous, dude. What's your deal?
It's all part of my master plan.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
Sly deliciously sensational.
Right into the safety zone.
That's cool. I'll just wait here.
Sly deliciously sensational.
His good luck is bound to run out.
Oh, it hurts so bad.
It is not the end. It is not the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning.
Make way for the Big 12 Bandito.
Red is where the winners play. Blue are where the losers stay.
Coming through. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, we got trouble right here in Sorry City.
Out of the gate and into the race. Yo, the street smells tasty, dude.
Beep, beep.
Could a dame get a break?
I'll get there in my own time, thank you.
I am gonna finish the game, right?
Back, Sheba, back! Oh, well, you win some, you lose some.
Look over your shoulder once and see me pass by.
Do you feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
Dude, if you pick another card like that, I'll have to start playing for real. right, now we see some action.
There is no retreat.
Bus is leaving.
Ready, yellow? Just 'cause you got the Big 12, don't get a big head, brah.
Aw, man, that just bites.
One, two, buckle my shoes. 3, 4. What a bore.
All right, boys, let's move it out. Here's yellow.
Little Schmiddle, I'm still gonna win.
It has never taken me long to go far.
Okay, I believe the definition of move is go. Sly-deliciously sensational. Number one, waiting on number 2.
Boy, I'd like to use that.
Sorry, I'm washing my hair.
Ball carrier number 13. On the tackle number 45.
Hey, thanks for waiting for me.
Red gets all the good moves. The runt is always the last to go.
Isn't this a computer?
Personally, seconds have always been my favorite part of the meal.
Baby steppies.
Enough, Brad!
Little Schmiddle, I'm still gonna win.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
It is not the end. It is not the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning.
Oh, do be quiet.
Sorry, man, but not as sorry as you, dude.
Baby steppies.
All those years of ballet have finally paid off.
Aboard!
Dude, you're moving a little slow, aren't you? You guys are all wet, and I'm high and dry.
Round and round he goes.
Don't worry. I'll be back for the rest of you.
Do you have any last requests?
Bump schlump, I'm not down yet. Together, together, we are the mighty red team. Together, together, we are the mighty red team. Sliding into first.
You take the long road, and I'll take the short road.
And they're coming around the bend.
That's quite enough out of you, Red. I'm spinning my wheels here.
You can't touch this.
Thank you, thank you. I learned that one from a Tibetan monk on Venice Beach.
Oh, well, you win some, you lose some.
Oh, Red, you're always talking.
It's so hard to find good help these days.
You always say that, Blue.
Aboard!
Oh, Yellow, you're always talking. Here I come!
4 is a 4-letter word. You hate regressive behavior?
Here's yellow!
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
I believe in the power of love.
Little Schmiddle, I'm still gonna win. Fine shooting, Tex.
Quick, hit the lights!
Why does Blue get all the good moves?
I've heard of stopping to smell the roses, but this is ridiculous.
Can I just watch now?
Aha! We're on the home stretch.
This is not the deck I ordered.
What's up? Number 3 and going strong.
You lack incentive.
2, 4, 6, 10. Doesn't matter, we'll still win.
I'll be taking that spot and any feelings of safety you may have had.
Thanks, dude. I didn't really want to finish the game anyway. You know, this is good. A time to reflect. Just put the card back before anyone gets hurt.
Lady in blue, lady in blue. Fellas are crazy about lady in blue.
Oh, darn.
I'm calling, but nobody's answering the phone, brah. Don't feel too bad. Maybe it's a little embarrassed. Hello? Hello? Anybody out there?
Lucky to be a lady tonight.
You'll pay for that!
You have no soul.
Give me a break.
Now I'm back in my element.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Endurance is the key.
Well, that was helpful.
Wave your surfboard in the air. Show them all that you don't care. Go green.
I can't do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
Red, you always say that. Say, old playmate, won't you come slide with me?
Two down, two to go.
Oh, Yellow, you're always bragging.
I did something like this one time on my skateboard, dude. It really cracked my head open.
I could really use some help here.
That's quite enough out of you, Red. I'll start setting up for the victory party.
Blue gets all the good moves.
Nothing can stop me now.
Give me a break.
Red, you always say that. Good things come in small packages.
Hey, how about a hand here?
Oh, Red, you're always talking.
Oh well, tomorrow's another day.
Didn't know you had it in you. Excellent.
Nope, didn't need that one. Oh, held back by the defense.
Now I know how a kept woman must feel.
Somebody up there doesn't like me.
I can't do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
Oh well, tomorrow's another day.
Oh, Yellow, you're always talking. Nope, didn't need that one.
That's quite enough out of you, Red.
Maybe not this round, maybe not the next, but soon and for the rest of the game.
That's what I call the shellfish shuffle.
Oh, held back by the defense.
Enough, Red.
My moves may be small, but they'll add up to a big blue victory.
You, dude.
I could really use some help here.
waste my time with your sorries.
Oh well, tomorrow's another day.
I must be practicing some good juju, dude.
Bring the car around. Endurance is the key.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
Hey, that's exactly what I don't need.
Why me? Why me? Why me?
I am gonna finish the game, right?
All right already, Green.
Prepare to see some serious shuffling. The big luau is just over the hill. Hang loose, my friend. You're lucky I got better things to do, dude.
Hey, how about a hand here?
I just love cutting things close.
Bored, 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 bored. I'm bored.
I would really like something I could use. Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
What's it like to fail?
Oh, held back by the defense.
This is almost criminal.
You are such a lucky dude, Yellow. Dude, where'd he go? Dude, you are fast. Okay, this has been fun. I'm ready for other fun now.
All journeys begin with a single step.
It's kind of like doing a cha-cha, but with different moves and backwards.
Ready or not, here I come!
Oh, Red, you're always talking.
I've got that cool, blue wind in my hair.
Just try and get me now.
You may not always get what you want, but I definitely didn't get what I needed, dude.
Little Schmiddle, I'm still gonna win.
All right already, Red.
Bumpity-doo-dah. Bumpity, eh?
Oh, darn.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
This is the first step of the rest of the game. Wow, deep.
I feel like a schoolgirl.
Maybe next time.
I can't do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
Oh, do be quiet. Encore, encore. You boys are always in such a rush.
To jump out a plane, to meet your teammates below.
Alright, so there's that first game. We still got one more game to play. Here we go. This is the last one. And then that'll be all of our games for this weekend.
All those years of ballet have finally paid off.
Aboard!
Didn't know you had it in you. Excellent.
Let's get another pawn out.
You're not from around here, are you?
Yeah, lucky draw, brah. Well, things look pretty cool from up here.
That one backward.
Backwards, forwards, backwards, forwards. I'm getting dizzy.
Oh, you're
It's
dizzy.
so hard to find good help these days.
Give me a Y, give me an E, give me a double L, O, give me a W. What do you got? You got go yellow. Slide, slide, slippity slide.
Red awards, we're hitting the waves. I am gonna finish the game, right?
The carrots are circumflex offset, whatever it is.
Reminds me of the time I drove my car in the Indy 500.
Disappointment builds character. You three must know that.
Excuse me, but that's my square.
Okay, I believe the definition of move is go.
Now I know how a kept woman must feel.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
Hey, nice color.
Start your engines!
Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude.
Here's yellow!
Out of the gate and into the rays.
You always say that, Green.
Heads up! Here goes the old grind him into the dust routine.
So, how do you guys feel about losing so soon?
Time to keep up with the Joneses.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking. I'm out of here.
Holding. Forfeit of turn. Start your engines! I'm gaining on you.
Enough, Red.
Little Schmiddle, I'm still gonna win.
You'll be hearing from my lawyer.
Sorry, darling. You were only a convenience.
Getting bumped is like getting sand in your shorts.
Oh my god, I love this.
I can't believe you did that. I'm not speaking to you for the rest of the game.
You'll pay for that!
For Windows 7,
I guess that's why they call it sorry.
I swear, I'll sue.
All right, now we see some action.
The card has been waiting.
An unrequited sorry. So sad.
That's called a quarterback sneak.
Clear it away and let another color slide. Sheesh. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, what a bore.
Blue, you always say that.
As the saying goes, once bumped, twice shy.
What? You want a sympathy card or something?
It's good to be the king.
Bravo! Bravissimo!
Are you proud of yourself?
And they're off!
Want to send us home?
Carrier number 13. On the tackle number 45.
Inch by inch, mile by mile.
Excuse, dude.
Swap.
Hoorah, big fella!
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Bumping is such sweet sorrow.
Heinous, dude, what's your deal?
Vertical bar. Vertical bar.
I'm out of here.
Aha! We're on the home stretch.
Enough, Red.
Nothing can stop me now.
You always say that, Blue.
The old 1-2 punch. Kaboom, dude. I'm out of here.
Good things come in small packages.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Yellow, go, dig daddy-o. Yellow, go, dig daddy-o.
Hop, green, hop. No stop until the top. Hop, green, hop. No stop until the top.
Give me a break.
Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude.
Losers are red, winners are blue. Cross me once and I will bump you.
Bye-bye.
Get ready for one lean, green fighting machine. Ow!
Great, I'm trapped. I'm still trapped.
This can only help me get what I want.
Look out! Here comes Yellow! It is not the end. It is not the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning.
I could really use some help here.
All right already, Red.
Bus is leaving.
All right already, Blue.
It has never taken me long to go far.
Now that's some fancy footwork, fella.
Hurry home, guys. It'll get lonely in here.
Why me? Why me? Why me?
That's quite enough out of you, Red. You try this in heels. My moves may be small, but they'll add up to a big blue victory.
Enough, Blue.
Opening correct.
Slide, dude, slide. Making me dust, my man.
Ready or not, here I come!
A few steps closer to destroying you all.
I guess that's why they call it. Sorry.
Whew, I'm gonna need some medical attention, dude. See ya, dude. Say hi to the horizon.
1 plus 9.
How's about giving a
This
guy a
was
break,
fun.
huh?
This really was fun.
Good things come in small packages.
Yellow, you're such a bummer.
Helter skelter.
Okay, I believe the definition of move is go.
Get another ball.
Ready or not, here I come!
Red, you always say that.
If you get any closer, I swear I'll scream.
Now this is really cool.
And they're coming around the bend.
Now I'm back in my element.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Man, that was a dirty trick, if I do say so myself.
And he's coming around the bend. So many squares, so little time. For you.
B-L-U-E. That's victory.
You always say that, Blue.
I feel like a schoolgirl.
Enough, Blue.
This is almost criminal.
Enough is enough, Yellow.
That was easy.
luau is just over the hill. Hang loose, my friend.
And they're off!
3, 2, goodness.
See ya!
I'm in a time of my life when safety is crucial.
Dude, if you pick another card like that, I'll have to start playing for real.
Johnny's come marching home.
Alright, here we go. Tilda!
Ready or not, here I come! Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me.
Heinous, dude, what's your deal?
Here we go. Tilda!
You look marvelous.
One foot behind the other gets you
I
home.
had to save that for last.
Just better keep up now, fellas.
Here we go. Tilda!
I guess I'll have to wait.
Here we go. Tilda!
Hey, you got any snacks?
Here we go. Tilda!
Yeah, it didn't even say a word.
I've got that cool, blue wind in my hair.
All right already, Blue.
Well, that's good for someone.
Yellow, you always say that.
Dude, now I know why sailors call sitting still in irons.
Here we go. Tilda!
And they're off!
Here we go. Tilda! That's so Jenny. Here we go. Tilda!
Hey, I'll block and you make a run for it. Round and round he goes.
Home safe. I sure hope I'm being followed.
Blue gets all the good moves.
You're lucky I'm patient.
Enough is enough, Yellow.
You may not always get what you want, but I definitely didn't get what I needed, dude.
Start your engines!
Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude.
You'll pay for that!
Did I say sorry? I meant glory.
Here's yellow!
Yellow, you always say that.
Okay, this has been fun. I'm ready for other fun now.
As the saying goes, once bumped, twice shy.
I'd say sorry, but I was told not to lie.
That's how much fun that moment was. Man, Blue is only one pawn away from winning this thing. Well, I did the buddy, and then he sent me right back.
Slide it into second gear.
We're gonna swap places.
Smooth.
And she's off.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
Blue bullet train.
I thought I heard.
And they're coming around the bend.
Red, you always say that.
No, it's not. It's part of the story.
The lady is earning her stripes.
My Wheel of Fortune.
It is not the end. It is not the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
Abort!
Oh, do be quiet.
Bumping is such sweet sorrow.
All right. Well, let's get another pawn out.
Start your engines!
Enough, Red. Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude.
Lady sings the blues. This is not the deck I ordered.
Blue, you always say that.
I've never been so insulted in all my life.
Yeah, back the one up closer to home. That's a good.
Okay, you have been smiled upon by the great sorry. Don't blow it.
Let's move this guy forward 12.
Together, we are the mighty red team. Together, we are the mighty red team.
That's quite enough out of you, Red. It's so hard to find good help these days.
All right already, Blue.
What they're excited about over there. We're excited about something.
So sorry. Hope you won't hold it against me.
I'd like to get you back, but I don't want to waste my time.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm fine
And I
just
need
the
to
way
go.
I am, bro.
Start our engines!
News stores.
It would be dull if I always got
That's
what
why
I
it
wanted.
took us longer to get back here and start with our games. But hey, at least we got them all done. So that's the good part. That is the good part, at least. So at least we're happy we got them all in. So.
Home, home on the maze. Big things come in small packages, you know.
I'm calling, but nobody's answering the phone, bro.
Oh, this is tough. Which one do we do? Let's use the punish. And
You'll
then
get
we're gonna
used
send
to
it
it.
back.
Red, you always say that. Now I know how a kept woman must feel.
Maybe next time.
Oh
Enough,
boy.
Yellow.
Everybody except me has one pawn left to get home.
Okay, I believe the definition of move is
So
go.
who will it be?
Enough green!
That was a cool dance combo.
Swap with that.
I guess that's why they call it sorry.
Bump schlump, I'm not down yet.
Wow. It was like it came to me in a vision.
Let's get back to where we were.
Sliding into first.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
I'll be taking that spot and any feelings of safety you may have.
Taking that spot right then and there.
Blue, you always say that.
Aboard!
Just because you got the big 12, don't get a big head, brah.
Oh, Yellow, you're always bragging.
This is not a public beach.
Bump schlump, I'm not down yet.
Alright. We're gonna use the 2 to send this one home.
Ball carrier number 13. On the tackle number 45.
Good thing I didn't leave you home alone.
And we're gonna take it.
This guy's ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude.
Or is Blue gonna swap me right back? Oh, he's swapping Yellow instead.
Whee!
Dude, now I know why sailors call sitting still in irons.
And we're gonna swap with that Yellow.
Super duper!
You're like a schoolgirl.
Oh well, tomorrow's another day.
Enough is enough, Yellow.
This is not a public beach.
Enough
No,
green.
this is not.
I hate you.
I told you to watch your step.
Only an option I had. Other Menards commercial. Whatever they're watching.
So sorry. Hope you won't hold it against me.
No problem, dude. I'm too mellow to stress. I'm calling. Nobody's answering the phone, brah.
Catching up. Oh yeah, we took care of. We got into the. We did one That's the last meal I'm having. That's the last meal I'm having tonight. Now I'd have to get brushed up. I didn't want to if I wanted. If I was afterwards. So,
And they're coming around the bend. And they're coming around the bend.
It would be dull if I
So I'm
always
just
got what I
gonna-
wanted.
so I'm gonna
All right already, Blue.
after we finish this game here. Nope.
This is not the deck I ordered.
That's a waste. That's a happy gone to waste.
Aboard!
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here. Just because you got the Big 12, don't get a big head, brah. Hey, I'm fine just the way I am, bro.
Okay, forward.
Very quiet.
It's so hard to find good help these days.
I'm calling, but nobody's answering the phone, brah.
You're starting to bore me, Green.
Send that. And that 5 should be able to send me into the safety zone
Now I'm back in my element.
and secure that third pawn. Unless.
I guess that's why they call it sorry.
Didn't your mother teach you any manners?
Well, that's the only pawn we play. Alright. Let's secure this pawn right now. I'm gonna send it home before
And
we
they're
take
coming
another
around the
round.
bend.
Could a dame get a break?
Oh,
Ooh,
Blue,
even
you're
better.
always talking.
Even better.
Well, that's good for someone.
You know, this is good. A time to reflect.
Alright. First, we're gonna take the last pawn. And we're gonna do it this way then. We're gonna use the 2 to move this forward. And since there's 3 left, let's get a reshuffle first. And since there are 3 spaces left, let's send this one home.
Ball carrier number 13. On the tackle number 45.
Everyone is 3 pawns home.
At least I'm not the last one.
Red gets all the righteous moves, dude.
The lady is earning her stripes.
Hey,
Earning her.
that's exactly what I don't need.
Oh, Yellow, you're always yapping.
Yep, yep.
Sorry, dude. That looks like it hurt.
It did. We're gonna go backward.
Backwards, forwards, backwards, forwards. I'm getting dizzy.
That's quite enough out of you, Red.
Maybe not this round, maybe not the next, but soon and for the rest of the game.
Yellow, you always say that.
That's what I call the shellfish shuffle.
Ooh, it's kind of tough to choose. Let's do the bolt. No. Let's move one instead.
Maybe steppies.
Back to that motion instead. I want to leave that
Red,
pawn
you're
where
always
it is,
talking.
and then save it for a card that I want to use.
And she's off.
End.
Well, that's good for someone.
Oh, Yellow, you're always talking.
Make way, Big 12 Bandito.
I don't want to be involved in the fight as much as I do. So 3, 4, 5.
Inch by inch, mile by mile.
I want to save the ones for if I
always say that.
do end up getting sent back.
Bravo! Bravissimo!
All right already, Blue.
So sorry. Hope you won't hold it next week.
I'm out of here.
Wait.
Round and round he goes.
Oh, Red, you're always talking.
Lady sings the blues.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Boom!
Stupid.
The crowd is on its feet. It's all up to Green right now.
Yo, dude, keep your eye on the ball.
Miss.
Green can clinch the title with this shot. And it's good! Green has won the game!
And that's the end. Yep, there's my I-80 video that rolled out earlier today. A lot of fun to make. That's great. All right. So there we go. That is all of our games. We were able to get them all done in one night. Pretty nice, huh? All right. So we do have a little bit of catch up to play here. So we got a little bit of catch up to play here before I go brush, and I want to take care of this now. Actually, let's maximize for better results. This. Okay. Let me go ahead and very quickly add these two. Add these two to the video. Beautiful. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take. I don't know what longer that is. Never mind that. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take our final commercial break for today. We're gonna take our final commercial break, and then when we come back, we will wrap. We're gonna wrap things up and then when we come back, we're gonna get the Sunday test ready on my logger, and we'll talk about some final things and wrap things up for today. So stay tuned. All right, welcome back, everyone. I see Kentucky did their iPause weekly. All right, let's take care of this right now. So let's go ahead and take care of the Kentucky iPause test.
Franklin KY, Madison KY, and Ohio KY, beginning at 11:33 p.m. and ending at 11:48 p.m. This is a test to the emergency alert system. This is only a test, no action is needed. This is only a test.
Now, I'm going to put WBGY on my iPhone because I would like to see if they actually end up testing. It's kind of a weird link that they... It's kind of a weird URL they decided to put themselves under. Alright. So, I went ahead and added in the Monday stuff. Now, let's add some stuff in from the default configuration. I forgot to take out VCY America after they tested, so they're going back in here. Anything else that needs to be re-added? KRPD is not part of this list anymore as well. Actually, just bring up the whole default configuration. Okay, let's go one at a time. We do not need these two. These will not be needed yet either. I'll give BG1 about 10 minutes. If we don't hear from them, they're going to be hard-coded. Okay. So, now, we have about 15 minutes left here before we say goodbye for today. Now, earlier, while we were doing Play 18, I was talking about how I want to go and, I actually want to go back to Rochelle for the Railroad Days event. I earlier did some. I actually researched a bunch of videos of those who actually ended up going to the Railroad Days event. And it seems like, yeah, there are some other Rofanners there. Some other Rofanners have also went to this event. So I would like to be the next one. I would like to return to Rochelle for the third time. And I was actually thinking about something else too. It's something to do with Hot Springs, Arkansas. There's actually a few bathhouses in the town. That's how hot the water is. There's Bathhouse Row. Alright, let's see if there's any. Oh, yeah. Buckstaff Bathhouse. Let's see what pictures we have. There's the front of the house. This was not what I was thinking of when it came to a bathhouse. I was not thinking of it like that. I was thinking it was more of the Kohler facility in Burridge. That's what I was thinking of it was going to be, but it's an old facility, so no, that's not the right area. This is it. And we zoom it in. Kohler Water Spa at Burridge. This is what I was thinking it was going to be, but it's not. So you can try out some of the sinks there. There's, of course, they have some nice spas there. Be pretty nice for those who don't have or can't afford a hot tub of any sort. I mean, considering those cost thousands. But, yeah. So, how about we go on... How about we take one final... How about we do one final scavenger hunt on eBay? Yeah, this is what we were doing earlier, looking at a bunch of computers. Here's an XPS. The XPS I have that has Windows 11 on it. I'll be more than happy to put Windows 11 on mine. Is that even the cable that came with it? Is that because mine has the cable that came with it? Well, this one has a bad battery. Mine has a really good battery. So sure, I'll be more than happy to put Windows 11 on it. If Windows 11 has been installed on this XPS, I should be able to put it on mine. But yeah, here's just a bunch of other things. I wonder, and I'm curious to know this, if any above ground swimming pools are even being sold on here. It looks like there are. There's a Best Way Power Steel. Some pictures from the seller. There's a Steel Pro Max. Here's a 20-foot. The 20 feet actually has more space. 10 by 30, 12 by 30. There's a 14-inch ladder accessory. This one I think actually comes